Damn! Holy, dude! I was gonna let this play. Roottrees were killed for their magic. This is cooking. What happened to the Roottrees? Alright, we gotta solve a mystery, chat. This is the gold gem game. I should put that in the title. God damn. What's up, Bob? Alright, let's play it. Woo! Woo-hoo! The mystery begins. The Roottrees are loading. Is it loading or is this the start of the game? Oh, it was loading. Okay. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
What a weird thing to say.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing
emote.
You've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
Okay. Who's this?
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Am I related?
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees.
Oh yeah.
A genealogy genie, as
That's
it were.
what they call me.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the...
Alright. Put me in. The Roottrees sisters. Sleuth. Okay. I was covering my shirt. Hold on. Let me put my sweater back on. I'm wearing a red shirt covering my mouth with it. Sometimes I do that when it's cold. I like hold my shirt above my, put like my nose and mouth under my shirt. Does anyone else do that? Is that weird? My shirt over my nose. And then like your breath warms up your face. I love the music. I gotta see the sister's order. Oh, one of them has a one of them is married. What's this? Got milk picture. That's from a Got Milk ad. They're models, okay. This is taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters Got Milk ad. Tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Rootree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Big Milk at it again, dude. Big Milk at it again. Trying to say calcium is the only... You can only get calcium from milk. Don't believe it. Should I read everything? Is there going to be too much to read out loud? I don't want to, like... I don't mind reading everything, but... I guess I'll read it if it's like... I'm not going to read out all these names, I guess. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need to fill in the family tree. Oh! There's 100 names. Yeah, this doesn't tell me anything. Search the internet. I'm connecting. Certain parts, okay. I'm connected. What? Spider search? Is it before Google? Roottrees sisters. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, "Reina is the most beautiful." Hold on, where'd I get beautiful from? Reina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay. Reina, Rose, Riley. Wait, how the hell do you spell Rose? Did she spell Rose wrong? We have to investigate further. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps. I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Riley's a smart one. Got married to TMS. Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. Tommy Mark Sheridan. brother trouble. Drug use and more recently his relationship with Reina. They married in 97 when she was only 19 and he was 23. Holy. Huh? Thomas. Alright, let's look up Rose. Mama Bada, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you so much. What's going on? We will be doing Italian Kais at some point. Welcome everybody. Playing a mystery game right now though. I'm a detective, dude. Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister Reina, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. How come Rose doesn't come up? It's a mystery. What's her real name? They're models. I guess model is their career. Model. But why male models? I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Is it Rose then? This has got to be the married one. What is this? is there a question mark? Is this her? Maybe this is her? Eloise? If someone is prominent enough to be found online, and that person goes by a nickname, you may get different results from searching for that nickname. Make a note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to discoveries. Note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines. Okay. Got milk. There are a lot of results for the Roottrees, extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. Is music too loud? The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by... It is too loud? For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has been direct descendant of Eliash and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottree, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces. Maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. Root. Root period. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina." You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since '84, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considered a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother, and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter, Rose, in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. Thank you! It's Carly! We finally found it. That's all we needed. Oh, they test you on it after, okay.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
It's kind of rude. Thanks. I can
The
use
reward
Google.
for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even.
Okay.
But here's the catch.
What's the catch?
The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting.
How's the
Most
volume?
people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. Who's that? Ooh, there.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here.
What?
Thank you, and good luck.
That's very odd. She's a Roottree. That's the mom. That's the mom at the door. That's Brenda, or whatever the name was. Oh god. Sleuth. Oh, we got the whole... Oh, we just continue from this. Okay. Whoa. Well, this is Carl. This is Brenda or something. Was it Brenda? I don't remember now. President. We gotta know which president. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, we got more evidence. Intuition. You've been in this line of work for a long time, so long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine, it's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find... Okay, this is just tutorial stuff. New discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. Often, the most satisfying revelation come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay. After they're verified and locked. What's this? What's the candy? Yo, it looks good. Cool chocolate. Bad blue raspberry. Awesome apple. Power plum. Yo, where can I buy these? Shee. The original inventor had 5 kids. It's no longer the 20s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Okay. The magazine Teen Blast. The current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Yeah. Okay. What's up with this picture? The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6th, 98. Oh, both parents. Okay. The next evening, I thought it was only the father. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This includes a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. We gotta find 6. Miracle Jr. Well, we know which one's Carl. Star. Easy to find online. Alright, let's look them up. Carl Roottrees. The short press release that Roottrees Candy Company released today to news organizations. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Okay. Alright, let's lock Brenda in here. Let's lock her in. Wait a second. He had 2 wives? Oh no, these are his parents. Alright. Alright. These are the original 5 kids. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The OG 5 kids. I see it. Split up. Okay. Who do we look up next? Family reminders? Okay, I'm good. I don't think I need this. Let's look up the evidence. The evidence. Who's up next? Let's look up Gwyneth and Eliash. Or Elias. Was the founder and first president of the Roottrees Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife, Gwyneth. That picture has been added to your evidence. There's also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 pieces of popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He's quoted on the site saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes by Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy by S. Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there is a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one standout. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Okay, that's mentioned a second time. Alright, so at the top, we got Elias. Well, there's many Gwyneths. Well, there's only 2, actually. The first president. So we got first, I guess second, third. I mean, I guess Carl's the 5th, right? Because he's the current one? We got new evidence also. Oh! I don't know which Gwyneth it is. Search up Gwyneth. Anderson. She had no brothers. Says the oldest sister, she was to inherit, so she's got younger sisters then. so long as she married. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias' idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm and to be preserved as a tourist attraction according to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances. Okay, so it's Anderson. After the whole family tree has been filled in. Oh man, we got an ad break. 1 second, I'll be right back. This is interesting. I'm into it. I would suspect you, Tag. I'm voting you out, brother. Carl's Miller. This is the perfect, like, cozy late night vibes game. I'm trying to finish my Reuben sandwich. I'm on part 3, phase 3. I got it like this morning, ate half, and then I ate a quarter earlier, and now I'm eating the other quarter. It's so freaking substantial, man. Montreal smoked meat, baby. Good though. It's absolutely meaty. I was on a roll. It's just smoked meat, Swiss cheese, and sauerkraut on rye. I added mustard though. How long is this game? Probably forever. If it's me. If you're smart, it shouldn't take long. Oh, we got the periodicals and the public library? I just saw them. That was pretty good, man. Alright, let's solve the mystery. Music change up. Let's look up, let's look up Gwyn. Lord of Sunder. Let's look up Red Roottrees. Aloysius Herring Roottrees, aka Red. Like red herring? Okay, I see you. Was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. Okay. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Canning Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Aloysius. Ambassador to Ireland. In a newspaper? I don't know how to use this, man. In a newspaper ad. Doesn't say what. Alright, let's just move on. Nuclear. Oh, it's showing a red herring. Oh, it's saying that he's not actually related, I guess. Oh. Okay. Alright, let's look up Jim. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but as its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers, the rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since '96. Okay. I don't know where they fit on this freaking tree.
We're rolling on down to the city.
Is it pointing a random ass judge? True. I don't know, Mad Dog. I don't know what game that is. Game that was one of the first video games, and it was text adventure. It was in Black Ops. I don't know.
We can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets. Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling
Where the hell the lyrics here?
on down to the city.
Oh. Oh. New tech?
On wheels we glide with you by my side. Inflation is rising and so is our pride. Pick our own fate, make love not hate. They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate. Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty.
Only the great grandson of Elias make disco this sweet. Peter Yanowicz.
Politicians at large are hopeless. The bankers in
He started off as a great grandson. The music's still playing. A great grandson? So he's here. He's gotta be right here then. That's him. Son, grandson, great grandson. Right? Oh, this could also be him. Oh no, that's not him. Never mind. I'm stupid. That's Carl. Son, grandson, great grandson. Yeah, I mean that's gotta be him. Lock it in. Lock it in, brother. Artist. Musician. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, they'll be locked in. Oh, what was her job? Housewife. Well done. Thank you. Lock them in. Booyah. Yellow them. Alright, we gotta get 3 more. Oh, we didn't finish Carl. Okay, that's fine. The jazz is back. Love it. Alright, let's just go next. Let's just go next. Move down the line. Down the line. Gwyn Roottrees. Lord of Cinder. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 50s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias. Is it Elias or Eliash? It's probably Elias, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father... She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's name. Oh. Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias. Okay. Let's Gwyn. So her mama, which is always on the left, I presume? The granddaughter. So Elias's daughter's daughter. His daughter's daughter. I don't know if left or right matters for if they're male or female. But she did get divorced. Time Force, thank you for 21 months. So this one's gotta be her, right? And we'll just keep in mind that her father is not the Her father is not a Roottrie. Okay. Split up. But they still had kids? What the heck does this mean? Win, retreat, divorce. Wild Bill Williams sounds like a serial killer. They divorced before the birth of her second child. Wild Bill Williams. Was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 50s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Did you know Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France? He returned there often. Teh. Why do I always typo the? And oh, I screenshotted by accident. I mess up my E's. Didn't tell me anything. Let's look up Lauren Roottrie. Author Lauren Roottrie, a distant relative of the Roottrie sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors, in the early 60s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty, to little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrie, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries, released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialities all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrie. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay. Lauren Rafferty. There's no like deceased. Adopted or otherwise. Is there a like died? Deaded. Distant relative. Alright, let's move on from this. Miracle Jr. Doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he's shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. The author also mentioned that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tours across southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Let's go back to Carl Roottrees. Let's look at Watchman of the Year. We unlocked the periodical. Okay, I get it. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They've been around for 100 years. They call this Watchman of the Year. Alright, periodical me. Alright, new evidence. Let's go. There's Carl. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo appears on the cover. According to the cover, a Business Watch. Okay. Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Okay. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie, who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives refused to fund anything other than candy. Oh, they didn't want to support the clothing. They changed their tune when the profits came in. But then they changed the tune. recruited to show off the baby clothes, primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Hold on, we'll read this in a second. Let's add some more pictures here. I don't know which president he was. I assume it's 5th because like there's no president after him, so. And his cousin, his second cousin, what does second cousin mean again? That means it's his parents' cousin? Share grandparents but not same. That share the same great grandparents but not the same grandparents. Huh? They share the great. Okay, yeah. So these guys are cousins because they share grandparents. But if it's under a different grandparent, it's a second cousin. Okay. What about once removed and twice removed or whatever? Oh, could be referred to as distant cousins. Oh, they both can. Okay, whatever. Alright. 5. Watchman of the Year. Alright, let's read it. Let's not read it. I don't think we need to read that right now. What do we need? We've only got 2 people here. We need one more person to unlock. And Wild Bill does not come up. They flood the results. Ernie. Due to heart illness, Ernie is stepping down as president of Roottrees at the start of the second quarter in 1966. His second cousin Carl, president of sister company Root, and former Watchman of the Year will take over. It has been 13 years since Ernie was forced to step into the role of president unexpectedly. Back then, not much was known about the man other than his full name. In the years since, he's taken on a bit of a reputation as a real-life Wonka. He's known as a bit of an eccentric and reclusive, opting to be called simply Ernie Jr., to forgo the typical luxuries of the average Roottrie. But in our estimation, he has been a shrewd businessman with an eye for sweets. Ernie Jr. has led Roottrie to record profits by developing new products including the ever-popular Maple Crisps, and by spearheading the formation of Root with his cousin in '82 after learning of Brenda Rootree's power in the fashion community. Due to heart illness. Ernie Roottrees. Ernie Jr. Directly precede Carl Roottrees. Carl's mentor. He's dead. Where does he fit in? It says he's a cousin, so he's got to fit in these. Most recent occupation. Interesting. Wonder where Ernie fits in here. Could be anyone. Just has to be a different OG child. There's a star here. Oh, there's only one star missing. Oh, there's 2 stars missing. Lauren and Miracle. President? Author name Lauren. Oh, both are required. Okay, I can hold on. A Life Between Wars. Okay. I was printing crazy stuff. Holy. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. This Miracle was in it. Is this Miracle this shorty? Short stuff with the eye patch? Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Since Miracle was in it and the three of us were all about the same age, we were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Hold on. Whoa, there's a lot to take in here. What's going on? So this is Lauren's father on the left. Let's just take a picture of everybody. F it. Dun, 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 dun. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II. While Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clanced Trust. There's so much info! This game's hard, chat. I'm not good at this. We'll get it though. This is actually sick. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation, the free spirits. The generation after Lauren's, including her son. Alright, so she had one kid. A single kid. Both of these only have one kid. One is Miracle and one is Lauren. How do we know which one's which? Her mother's family was the Cossells. The head lawyer for the Roottrees. Let's look up Clanced Trust. Okay. You're worse? The Clanced Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias's son, and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters. Okay. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts, representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clanced Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees vs. RR in 1994. While looking into the Clanced Trust, you find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Five-piece guarantee is a combination with the Clanced Trust was Elias Roottrees' attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottrees' president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clanced Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president. And he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated, both online and in person, by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Let's go back. Let's look up Clancy. The Clanced Trust is a highly unusual... Hold on, is this the same article? I think it is. Spelled Clancy wrong. Is this enough information? God, there's so much complaints. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' Diary, written in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable Roottrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. 3 younger brothers. Alright, we found her. Miracle. Miracle Jr. And this has got to be Miracle then. It's Miracle Jr. Evangelist. Scam artist. Baby? Hold on, what the heck was this guy? Preacher? I feel like this has gotta be him. Just MFer. Lauren, what's his? Jacob. All right.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay. More evidence given. Who this? To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job could be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We can never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Debbie, Ernie, and Nicole. Her? I don't know, maybe. Miracle the Third. wonder if Ernie's right here. What was Lauren's kid's name again? Hold on, let's finish reading this actually. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. What a mess, but she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Aunt Margot. That's Margot right there. Margolite? What was it? I don't remember. Yeah, Margolite. Nothing. Okay. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. Clark! A lot of info here, man. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that could support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwen. Okay. Harrison Lane. Let's look up Harrison Lane. The villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of guys like us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1958. It focused on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Company and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. But that's what he gets for holding onto it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Who's Clancy again? Is Clancy her dad? Is this Clancy? We're making a lot of progress, it feels like. There's a lot of focus on Lauren right now. I wonder what the heck this box means. Gwen had 2 kids? I don't know if this is the right picture. I think I'm mixing something up. Let's look at this again. Yeah, it's Rick Astley in the middle. I think this is Miracle, the short kid. This is her dad on the left. I'm starting to mix up already. Lauren's dad is Clancy? Phew. Cooked. All right, let's look up something. Let's just look up something new. What's this? Vote for Stephanie Jones for city council. She's pregnant. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his box. That handwritten note attached that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own, due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. Look at this. Look at all these people. Looks kind of cursed. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst at Carl's office. The teenager. Oh, that's him. I see him. Young Carl. Cursive signatures. Signatures. I wonder if the order matters. There's so many faces here. There's 12 faces. 10 names. Bonnie. Which one of these MFers is Miracle Jr.? Probably the guy in the white. Jim Roottrie. Wait, don't we have a picture of Jim? Oh yeah, Jim is the disco guy. God, none of these guys look like Jim. Is it a mole? Which one is Jim? I mean, we could just take a picture of them all. That's better. Which one looks like him the most? Maybe this guy? No, that guy's blonde. This guy? None of these MFers look like him, man. Who are these goofs? Film school? This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwen and the boys. Is that her sons, maybe? It's gotta be. Film school. Gotta be. Miracle Jr.'s the only one not scratched out here. Let's go back to this. Your father was Clancy. Okay, we got that right. We got that right. And Cassell's. Sarah Cassell. Yeah, he was mad. Yeah, he was mad that none of his kids wanted to be president. So it went somewhere else, and then it went somewhere over here. It went to one of these three, which then went to Ernie, which is one of these 6, and then it went back here to Carl. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Cooking. Who did it go to before Ernie, though? It was probably Ernie's father, I guess. We have 2 filled out. We got Miracle, and we have 3 filled out. But I guess they're not correct. she not a housewife? Hold on, maybe he's not a preacher? Strong mini energy? Travel agent. Nice preacher. What am I getting wrong? Third president? Lawyer? Let's just find another one and then it'll tell me which one's wrong, I guess. Go back here. Alright, back to the well. 16! Oh, money! Alright. Did we even finish this? Oh, Zach! They put Zach in it. That's me. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. You okay? With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. Architect, preacher, lawyer. Let's just fill it in. Architect, preacher, lawyer. That's the order. You could change it up. Those are the three. Should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. He said it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. His surname doesn't match the candy? This music. Zach Wilson. The firstborn 5-piece is not a man. She married a Wilson. Firstborn son, so it could be either of those two. Jem, Jason, Steven, and Zach. Zach Wilson. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. We got him. Angie. Or is it Jem? Isn't Zach Wilson like a quarterback? It is kind of hard. I'm just filling in pieces that are loose. It's almost Sudoku-like right now. And he was the third president. Oh, but if he didn't have a kid... Oh, I messed up. It's supposed to be here. Oh, crap. I messed up. One of these is Ernie. And this is Jem. Probably. And then there's two Wilsons. Jem would have got a new name here. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all. But he just left. Oh, Angie's older than Zach, but not necessarily his sister? Okay, I might be wrong about Jem. Jem is also just like not Angie. So this could be just wrong. Probably is. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. What does that mean? yum. Previous entry, you learn that Elias Roottrees had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. And I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned... Oh, okay. The Jams. Is he still a quarterback back? Didn't he have like a resurgence on like after leaving the Jets? Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC. Hold on, the music's fucking me up. Chill. Patricia. This one track is fuck. Can I go next track? Thank God. I can't think, man. Alright, groove me up. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Hold on. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. She has a brother named Eli. Miracle's youngest. It's gotta be him. Eli M? And one of these MFers' name is also Eli. But not Eli Jr., probably. This is probably Eli Jr. Or one of the OGs could be Eli Jr. It probably is one of the OGs. All right. Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs. especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? One of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1964. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Yeah. Is it Zvari? Is that a Doctor Who-ism? Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person could spend? They all aspire to be... Oh, look at me. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Clancy Jr. Lock him in. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. The boys. Is it possible that these are her brothers? She looks older than these two though in this picture. And maybe she's not. Alright, let's go back. Oh yeah, Danielle. Let's get Danielle locked in. Did Clark get divorced twice? Come on, man. As for me, even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. So she had twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. That's gotta be her kids, the two pictures. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. It's a lot in here. Clark carrying on the name. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob. Let's look up Swashbuckle My Heart, I guess. Rafferty. Out of print. X marks the spot. How come it's not coming up? There we go. Revisiting 10 years later. Hey, printing money, baby. Print it up for me. Okay. Well, what did I print out? What's new? Oh, this whole thing is new. It's just, okay, the whole thing's new. Alright. Let's go! Cooking. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Eli Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Sam! Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the five pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She'd been told her parents died. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Eli and Patricia Christensen. Holy. Why is this tied to this person? Illegitimate? Where does that go on the family tree? I guess nowhere, because it's not legitimate. Maybe, I don't know. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. Yeah, none of them were surprised. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, had Eli harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Oh, of Eli Jr. Oh, okay, hold on. Eli Jr. Leaps in logic required. Is this Eli Jr.? That was the end of that almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottrie in the first place. Even though she was not part of the Clancid Trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. I mean, okay, is this Sam right here? Maybe. There's Junior. So that leaves one of these as the other Eli. Okay. Eli's are placed. They might be in the wrong place, but they're placed. One of these two is Ernie as well. Probably this guy. Madsen. Oh, maybe not. Gwyneth. Maybe that's him. Hold on, I want to look at that picture again. Mr. Morden. Aunt Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. This has got to be Gwendolyn here. Gwendolyn Morden. Mr. Morden. Hold on. How does this work again? From birth, even if they change their name after marriage. Okay. So no, it's Roottrees. It's Roottrees. Zachariah? Probably Zachariah. But then it would be Zach Jr., right? Forsty! Thank you for the raid! Gwendolyn Morden. Oh no, this is the Wilson. This is like Steven Wilson or something. It's gotta be Jem. Maybe this is a Morden? I don't know. It's fishing with the tuna fish? Thank you for the raid. We're just trying to solve the mystery. I think we might be lost in the sauce though. There's a huge family tree we're trying to fill out here. But it ain't easy. Patsy. I mean, I feel like these are the names. Housewife. Swap them? It worked, yes! Swap them up! Who do we get? Yeah, we got those are the 3 expected ones. Alright, booyah. Steven Wilson is incorrect. So it's probably Jason Wilson. I mean, this is probably him, I guess. This looks like a kid. Unless it actually is him here. Zach Wilson is in it. Okay. Confirmed is nice. Confirmed is nice. We gotta get 3 whole new ones to confirm again, though. And we're only loosely... Oh, boy. Okay. What was this guy's job? Comedian. Screenwriter. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I feel like this is... This is her. Da-na-na-na-da-na-na-na. It's gotta be. Okay. This is the next generation. Da-na-na-na-da-da-da-da. Which one do you think? Who do you think's who? Look at this little kid. That's gotta be Miracle. The next generation is this line here. This kind of looks like her. Can't really tell though. The next generation. Or is this the next generation with the sisters? These are the free spirits. I think this is the next generation, actually. Hold on, that's kind of confused. I'm kind of confused. Who the heck are these people, man? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Who the heck are these people? An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5-piece photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gather on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me it looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Right, that's Eli on the left. But I was outvoted by my brothers. Okay, they insisted the 4 of us stand together. So we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Oh, okay, so everyone but Gwen is there. Interesting. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Okay, which one's Miracle? It's gotta be this guy in the white suit, probably. I'm imagining. So this is them. That's gotta be her in the blue. Alright, that's gotta be her in the blue, man. Yeah, I got her. Got her freaking pegged, man. feel like this is... And it goes like this. No, it's probably this. I don't know. I don't know, actually. And Samantha's gotta be one of these two. Let's just guess. Oh, so this is Zach. That's gotta be Zach. I'm just gonna put these three. I'm just gonna put them in. I'm just gonna plug them in. Plug and play. What's the third brother's name? It could be the wrong alias as well. And they're random. Like, this guy's probably the lawyer. Let's go lawyer. I'm gonna go architect. Which one looks more like Carl? Probably not the blonde one. Alright, that makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. Although I am concerned that we didn't unlock anything yet. This is probably Samantha. She's got like a sad face. Yeah, these are both redhead too. Okay, we're getting close. I think we're getting close. The other thing is that other picture with all the free spirits. Let's fill them in. The free spirits, man. Ernie Jr. Caroline. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. Miracle Jr. One of these is Miracle Jr. One of these is also Clark. The redheads are probably all on the far left. But the signatures doesn't mean anything. Or does it? She's blonde. Could be a blonde guy. Oh, this guy, he's got a name tag, Eli. I'm kind of confused by this. Is Eli a free spirit? This I'm confused by. Okay, yeah, I'm lost in the sauce. Let's just go back here. Lost in the sauce for sure. Additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary release of Lauren's Diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrie. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long time since any real Roottrie was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. I'm the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Okay, so she's gonna have a kid with glasses? Her children have that covered. Okay, it does say that. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Both of these kids have glasses? Is these two? They could be swapped though. Alright, confirmed. Good info, good info. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrie for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Confirmed bachelor. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the five-piece, and Eli and Gwyneth. Okay. I feel like this is 100% correct. So we need two others that are 100% correct. This probably is just also housewife. They said something about like the first woman to be more than a housewife. Do, 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 do. All right, let's go back. This is a page of additional notes and context from the 1975 10-year anniversary. Okay, yeah. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlit. But neither of us ever took a second husband. The way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in this family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I could say for Clancy or Edward. Eli C. Okay, hold on. Okay, we have the right Eli. And this is Edward. They could be mixed, though. Like these, okay, hold on. This is Clancy Jr., but the rest could be anything. Like these, the rest of all of these, the pictures, the jobs, and also these two names could all be mixed. We could just like force it, technically. Like, hold on, let's swap these faces. Or even swap these faces. And we could try every combination. Alright, let's keep going. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. I think this is Eli. This is Eli C. And this is Edward. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Pun intended. So who knows what's caused these things? Raised Clark and Jim as brothers. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel. And I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last. Lord knows. To keep the band together? What the heck? Jane LaRue. And Diamond LaRue. What? Didn't realize I could add pictures of her. Wait a second. So are these sisters? Dating cousins? Is that weird or no? I don't know. Not just dating, but married? The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Eli's for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say I saw Eli in town and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin, that's why they become Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Okay, this is Eli. And this has got to be Miracle Third. Right? I think that's right. What's this guy's freaking job, man? Mechanic? Alright, let's go back. I was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those of the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, there's always the firstborn son. They're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. Okay. So far it fits. Yeah, it all fits. Is there any other juniors? Ernest Jr. Where does Ernest fit? I think he's one of these. I think he's this. So either he has an older sister or he's the oldest son. So if this is not a sister, then he moves up. Third, fourth, and then fifth. Yeah. Okay, we're cooking, we're cooking, we're cooking. That goes to, okay, I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline. Who is Eli's mother? Caroline was Eli's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Reminds me of LA Noir? So the equivalent of Junior is like mixing up the names. Okay. Oh, there should be twins. This is probably Ernest, right? Is Ernest the twin? Gwyneth Madsen. No, but they would take the Wilson name. She had twins. Angie had twins. Who's Angie? Nothing came up. I'm gonna look up Jane LaRue. Jane Del Vecchio is listed as a talent for hire, cited as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. It also mentions to only contact their agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her. About her past or her sister would be ignored. Okay. How is there nothing on Zach? The miracles are so confusing. We know we have Zach right. Oh no, we don't know we have Zach right. Because he could be here. He could be here. Lauren and Angie are older than him though. And Angie has to be here. He has to be here. How do we not have 3 right now? Kind of blown away a little bit. Apparently this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town and she hugged him. When I told her he was my pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, your pop is my dad. She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. I got in trouble, then Pop took her away. He told me, don't worry, I'm glad she's gone. What? This I don't understand. It doesn't show that I get anything from it either. I need to know more about Wild Bill. Nothing comes up though. Starlet. Oh, new periodical. Let's go. About who he had been seen with in public. Blondes mostly. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Thank you. We got him. Lock him in. Doesn't really give us that much, but now we know. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it? That son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even though the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third has a rumor that his divorce from Grin was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, is Wild Bill the father? What else can I look up in this? Celebrities. Five pieces. Gwyn. Okay. Gwyn City. Gwen Roottrees was often in Starlet. Most mentions or around the time of her divorce in '58 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power." Cornwallius. Linus Cornwall. Okay. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. A Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Starlit exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name. Not Williams, but we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both of our family names for the next generation. Okay, so there starts with an R. Robert and Ronald. Is this guy an actor, maybe? I think he's also an author. Clark Rafferty. Blue eyes. Dun, 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 dun. Gamma had twins. So Ernest is a twin, I guess, right? Who's the twin? If that's Ernest, it's gotta be Ernest. Willy Wonka looking MFer. It's gotta be her then. They look pretty similar actually. I could see it. And then he had two daughters, I guess. Okay. Maybe these swap around. No, they don't, because... Or maybe they do, actually. Maybe, did Ernest have kids? I don't know. Like, Did I really just have everyone wrong? Man, I'm so close to getting a bunch of them right. Once the pieces start falling in, your streak reset? No, how did that even happen? RIP. I forgot what we're rooting. Oh yeah, here we go. Ronald Roottrees. Ronald Robert Roottrees. Dang, where should I need a new thread. That one track freaks me up. I can't concentrate with that one track. This has got to be here. So this has to be this guy, maybe? Is that Clark? Yeah, it's got to be. Or not. I think it is though. Dang, how do we not have 3 right now? I feel like we have so much stuff. What are we missing, man? Nicole or Gwyneth? Steven Wilson. Okay, I'm kind of confused by this though. If he's a Wilson, shouldn't he have 2 Wilsons for... Oh, this is supposed to be 4th. I'm stupid. Oh, I think I messed up. Hold on, let me switch them back. Oh, it still doesn't work. Your 40 streak is now 1? Dang. What are you all doing? Did he not, did he like... Madsen. Gwyneth and Nicole Madsen. There's two Nicoles. Something's not right here. Something's not right here. If only I knew what Samantha Roottrees. Let's go back to the evidence. What are the names here? Gwyneth? Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Carl and Eli M. Miracle Jr. and Eli M are in the same picture. What's up with that? Miracle Jr. the third. Gwyneth M. Caroline. Caroline. Okay, one of them's a Caroline. Alright, okay. Who's Caroline? You Caroline? Morden. Hold on. Angelica Morden. James. Zachariah Morden. This makes more sense. Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden. Grandson of Eli. Son of James and Gwendolyn. Okay. James and Gwendolyn. We got them. All right, okay. Hold on. We're solving the mystery here. Saying Eli entrusted me with carrying on his legacy, and that's what I plan to do. Along with 5 pieces, Our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not be making any changes. Okay, so this is correct. Third president. This is correct. And the two Morden kids. Then Angela makes more sense than Jem. Because they did say Angie is older. Let's try swapping these two again. Didn't work. There's a Nicole Madsen. I wonder where Nicole Madsen fits in. Did Ernest have kids? I'm just gonna put housewife. Reg. Housewife. Gosh. I need more info. Clancy Jr. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous have made it clear that he is more than qualified. There are rumors that Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's closest. The last 4 years at Roottrees have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences, from the fancy flavors misstep to the batter up bar, taking a bit of a tumble in the public eye. But Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. died unexpectedly. What do you mean nothing relevant? I need more info. Alright, let's look at another clue. Hold on, wasn't there something we like just decided to not read for some reason? To Carl and Brenda. They had a kid named Nicole. Debbie. Did they have 2 kids? Deborah Bean. There's no more Madsons though. What the heck? Caroline Morden. The movement called P-Flag. Parents and friends of lesbians and gays. Okay, let's try something else. Gwendolyn Morden. Hmm. Oh, maybe this guy's a director. Yes! Oh! We got Gwendolyn right. Interesting. Got a bunch of extra stuff. Okay.
You're listening to WRTG. It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News.
WRTD News.
That's WRTD.
Alright. You got it. At 45 minutes on the hour, they've been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. That was the person out of it. This gotta be the person out of the door. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. You think it's Samantha at the door? The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternative agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." So that means this is like somehow wrong. Was he not the third president? Well, he was a lawyer. Oh, is he the second president? Hold on, is he the second? Who's the second? First? We got this one correct, just out of sheer luck, because we just put housewife. So that means this photo and name are definitely correct, but occupation is not. I'm gonna go hairdresser. How is this wrong though? This is really confusing me. And who are the Wilsons? This has gotta be a Wilson. It's either Jason, and then the 3 Wilson kids. Jem, Steven, and Zach. Zach Jr. maybe. I guess it would go by Zach Jr. though, wouldn't it? Who is Samantha's children's names? Okay, process of elimination. We got Ernest, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, Caroline. We pretty much know all the other names. So that leaves Bonnie. The next president, Guy Hudson. Bonnie and Hudson? Bonnie Hudson? Where did they get the Hudson name? Gotta be from her husband, right? Okay, we're filling out info. Oh man, I'm really bothered by this though. How is this wrong? Maybe it's second president? Who's the second president? Mike, are you the second president? Was it you all this time? Roottrees curse. Let's look up that. A long rambling conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update with Carl and Brenda and their girls that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in '82, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernest stepped down. Now, just this week, Carl died in. Okay, so Guy is the 3rd. Hold on. 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 Hold on And you're the second. What's this guy's job, man? Mechanic, actor, screen. Is he the younger? Maybe he's just the younger. Artist. Oh yes! It's called gaming. Oh yes! Oh my god, we guessed the screenwriter and the artist. That's pretty sick, actually. We can finally get this guy out of our head too. Let's go.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess I'm a Rootttree.
You are a Rootttree.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15 more? Wait, what do you mean 15 more? That's all of them. Out of 33? Isn't that the whole rest of it? Maybe it's not all of it. Kind of feels like it is, though. Alright. We managed to guess these two bozos. What are we looking at? Oh yeah, we're reading about the curse. In the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. What? A link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. What? Chris Raff. To take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Metz Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof is fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees Curse website, you can find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's plague returning in 2000, and that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total, you'll always end up with 666. Okay. Chris Raff. Chris Rafferty. Jessica and Katrina. We got nothing correct over here. Who's a Jack, Christina, Tessa, Wolf, Tessa, Christina. It's gotta be Jack then, right? And this has gotta be Wolf, Tessa, November, Christina, and Candy. There's 5 left. There's 5 Roottrees. But there's only 3 here. But potato. Someone's name is Wolf. Tessa, Christina, or Candy? I'm just gonna put a name. Oh, random spouses could be Roottrees, I guess. Batter up bar. Fancy flavors. A failed candy bar released by the Roottrees Company, launched with great fanfare in 1980. It was meant to evoke the classic combination of pancakes and maple syrup. The name came from the fact that its recipe used creamy imitation pancake batter as its filling, and the packaging had baseball imagery. Consumers loved the taste, and the candy launched to stellar reviews, but after a little less than a month on the shelf, it was discovered that the filling of unopened bars began to separate and developed an off-putting texture described as powdery chunks floating in oily goop. This odd consistency made it the punchline of late-night jokes for weeks, solidifying the reputation as a failure. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece line less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees, in an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted. Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea if they added fancy flavors to 5-pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. The philosophy led to a flavor in 5-pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5-pieces sold less that year than it had any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Look up Guy Hudson. along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Hold on, they're twins? Are there two sets of twins? Hold on a second. Twins are running the family though, right? It said her children have glasses. Go back. The company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Hold on. New evidence. First. These might be swapped. Because these don't even have bonus photos. Which means Ernest is here? And then these are the Hudsons. Yeah. This makes more sense. This adds up. This adds up. I don't know which one's older out of these two though. I'm assuming this one. The junior's always the oldest son, but an older sister is possible. And he's more mysterious, so this makes more sense. Yeah. And there's no more Hudsons, and she married a man. He probably took his name. Yeah, this makes sense. This is it. These could be swapped though. I don't really know which one's older. Can I find everything on Deborah Bean? Madsen? Jason, Steven, or Zach Wilson. You get a hint? Don't need it. Who's this a picture of? Could be this. Student. adopted. So this is probably a female partner. And this is maybe a male partner? I feel like this is correct. I'm gonna look up Bonnie Hudson. Guy's uncle and current president, Zachariah, has decided to take an early retirement to focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We are Roottrees." Okay, well, first of all, let's lock in Clara here. Wait, maybe I have the photo. Maybe I had the photographs right. I had the photographs right. Why did I switch the photographs? I don't know why I did that. Okay. Oh, we got Nicole Madsen correct. Okay. Okay. Doom, doom. I mean, this has got to be correct. So we just need to get two more. gotta get these right. Family Man by Bess Williams. No downloadable. Okay. Hmm. 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 We might be cooked. Yo! What's going on? Hey, Curtis. Patty, thank you for the raid, man. Yeah, what's going on, everybody? We're just having a late night chill, solving a mystery. You know what I'm saying? Thanks everyone for coming out with the raid. I appreciate the howdies. Bam, boom, bam, oh, boom, boom. I'm completely invested. I need to solve it. So far we're doing pretty good, I think. We kind of got a few lucky guesses in. We're basically trying to decipher the family tree, and this will in turn solve the mystery, supposedly, by guessing the picture, name, and occupation using different evidence and the internet. So they were about the same age as Miracle. So this should be him. I don't know what his occupation is though. Baby? Just a baby. I don't know. Do 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 do. I need to find out the job of these two. Alright, let's search up Miracle. Oh, how have we never searched this yet? Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 20 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. To the power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Tour. Okay. Miracle Network. Okay, so just the same thing. Oh my god. What the heck is this? The power of the Lord. Miracle III and his wife Nicole. Did this MFer have 2 kids and name them both Miracle? Hold on, this song freaks me out. I gotta change it. I can't think, man. The Roottrees are dead, case closed? Well, yes. For sure, for sure. I mean, this clearly looks like this guy. This is Miracle Jr.? Three generations. Oh, it is 3 different generations. Alright, let's swap them up. Yeah, it looks like a mechanic. Smith. I'm confused. Surely this is correct, so. Wool. Jackroot. Tessa. I don't know. I need to figure out these 3 goofs. I need to figure these goofs out, man. go back looking in here. Head lawyer. That's what he gets for holding on to it so long. Oh! Architect, preacher, lawyer. Oh. Oh. I think I had the wrong generation. Yeah, I had the wrong generation. Alright. Well, that solves that. I don't know why that took so long. That's okay, though. Oh, this is confirmed. That's good to know. That means Miracle the Third is confirmed in that slot. What else could this guy be? Construction? Looks like a mechanic, but it didn't give me it, so. Pro athlete. Retail? A name tag? Okay. We're getting there, man. What was this guy's job if he wasn't a preacher? Travel agent? A public speaker. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Bonnie Hudson. Miracle's Roottrees. I don't know, man. Samantha Roottrees. Media mogul. Clancy Jr. I need to know more about Clancy Jr. Hold on. Let's go back to Lauren. Lauren's got all the lore. That's why her name is Lauren. Romance in courts. She had inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures in the Middle Ages. Okay. So he's a professor? This guy looks more like a professor. Yeah. Unknown occupation. Okay. Return to court. Doesn't say anything new. The band Jim and Diamond seemed to mention that he used to make music with Clark. They mentioned an album called These Times. Okay. Die Hard Dazzler. Wow, okay. I mean, so this guy's just a musician. What is this? Let's play it. Oh god, it looks so creepy.
Life is life, love shall be. Me for you, and you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge. Rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. Someday these times will all be over.
I gotta search this new periodical. Thank you.
So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me.
These times.
These times are ours for free. We'll tell ourselves these stories older.
How am I supposed to know which one is him? The one with the beard?
Probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory. So act as though these times ain't fleeting. Love still flows, our hearts heart beating. For now, ignore fate's destiny. Two roads to cross, one's at this tree. Someday these times will all.
We can skip that. Is this AI music? I don't know. Maybe. No idea. Alright, we unlocked a new periodical though. Alright. Section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has a short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. These Times, a new single from blah blah blah. Amateur's folk-style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. Skip it or flip it. Okay. A reluctant hitmaker. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpa insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. So our grandpop. Is that Clancy? Yeah, they got the same grandfather. They're actually sisters, so the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour, regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Rollin' is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh. But I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffertunes. Okay. A website about Raffertunes, Clark Rafferty Lures advertising firm. On it there's an about page and you find a pictured label, the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture. He had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Photos now in your evidence. Katrina. We already have Katrina there. Okay. Oh, Katrina is the youngest. I'm stupid. I had it right. Oh God. You patient baby. Okay. We did get Clancy correct. Jessica and Katrina. That's good to know. That actually is helpful. It means these two are close. Also means this guy is not. He's not a musician. Is it advertiser? I need to know more about these two guys, man. Oh yeah, I was reading this. I think. He's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player. But I was never interested, I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so his dad was an advertiser. Professor Roottrees. Dang. LaRue. The Lucky LaRues. Okay. Youngest Kim? Youngest Kim. Is that one of their kids' name is Kim? Kim? Kim LaRue. Oh, this didn't mark. It must be the wrong one. I mean, they look the friggin' same. To be fair. Add those photos in. Alright, look up Stephanie Jones. I forgot about this. Periodical me, baby. A video game called The Roottrees Are Dead. Okay. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. Alright, let's head to the periodicals. What? Read the full article. What's the article, man? Election? Carl is mentioned, okay. Most of the articles concerning Carl are not important. The plane crash is too recent to appear in these archives. One announces Carl's marriage to Brenda White in 78. They were both in their early 20s. Another seems even more frivolous. Apparently in 81, Carl got quite drunk at a charity event and broke his arm falling down some stairs. The article that also mentions Ernie is from 96, when Carl took over as the 5th president of the Roottrees Candy Company from Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. apparently liked to stay out of the spotlight and never appeared in the Butler County Times other than a few mentions here and there. The article does mention an illness. Alright, let's look up Ernie. It's just the same thing. CM. Let's look up Edward or Elias. Or the same types of things you can find with basic internet search. What about Junior? Edward. How is nothing coming up? I don't even know what to search. Oh, maybe this is Stephanie. There's two Stephanies. Mark Landon. What do you think, chat? Chat, what you think, mate? Miracle Jr.'s still not scratched out. Alright, let's... Televangelist. His wife Edith's sister. Goes on tour. What does on tour mean as a job? Preacher, public speaker. I don't know. I don't know. It says Stephanie Jones. Why am I putting Landon? Oh, because they don't have it. That's why. Gatrell. Landon? Holy moly. Dad, I don't know. I don't know, man. Type 2 in chat if you are an AI robot. Type 1 if you're just a regular bot. 7. Childish print, it says November. Oh, that's November. Hmm. I don't think you ever read all this. Hmm. Roottrees sisters. Hmm. This is 8. CM. Who's CM? Caroline? Okay. Now we're talking. Including one by Carolyn Morton. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of an Art Butler county. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It's captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis Burden. The sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Woman. According to a quote further down, Atlantis Burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Let's have a look. Upcoming book. We're on the path, dude. We're on a path. What's her friggin' name? Morden, okay. It's not really a point and click, it's more of a point and type. I guess. It's more of a read and type, I guess. There's not that much clicking. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. Holy! In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Wow. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. Okay. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on her local environment, and rues how she was not able to convince her father Zach to make changes to policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art, and the beauty of woman. Okay, Mark? Mark Landon, Stephanie Landon, and Eloise. Easy. Hold on a second. What's Stephanie what? Jones. I feel like this is right so far. Go back. Dr. Wilson. Steven Wilson. Okay. Pediatrician to the stars. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of Steven Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons. This one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops to the top every time. His website claims that he is the pediatrician to the stars. The only evidence for this is that he apparently was the doctor to the Roottrees sisters. Oh? There's a picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. Regardless, the photo has been added to your evidence. There's also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect it might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me, my big brother, or my sister. Look at this friggin' guy, man. Maybe these are swapped. Oh, Jason's the kid. Oops. That's stupid. Yeah! Dang, it's a lot. That's a lot added. We cooked. So Katana. Dang, we got this whole thing right. Dun, 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 dun. Is that him? Hmm. Hmm. Dang, we cooked. It's possible that these are swapped. We're trying to solve a murder mystery. By solving this family tree. Dang, we're close. We almost have 33. One more set. Oof. Could take a hint. Gwendolyn and Bonnie gave up on dreams. Distant Guild Wars. Yeah, they both became housewives. Who's the secretary? Dang, we solved so much. Still don't know anything about Bonnie. Give that a try. Ooh. Did a first story about Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Whoa, what? I feel like they mentioned the car accident, but I never got to see more on it. Surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake and hard veer off the interstate. Although Guy was somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting other drivers off as well, for at least 5 or 6 minutes, 6 or 7 minutes. Before the tragic accident, one witness says, "It could have been any one of us, where they eventually ran off the road." Few leads. Dang. What do we gotta figure out here? Which ones do we surely have? I mean, we definitely need to get this one right with the star on it. We gotta get that one, man. I'm pretty sure the star means it's easy to get. Alright, what about Gwyneth Madsen? Nothing. Nothing. Let's go back to our evidence. There's still more to get from this, surprisingly. City Council? What does it want me to search? struggling. Okay. I thought I already searched this. Maybe I just messed up the typing of it. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. You do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones. Alright, we already figured that out. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. My mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Okay, we already knew all that. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, we didn't learn anything new from this. We already have this whole tree unlocked. Got the whole thing locked up. Just need the, well. It does mention she's disappointed with Gwendolyn and Bonnie. I wonder if this is, they say more about Gwendolyn and Bonnie? This has 5. Why is it trolling me right now? Okay. This. We've already read this before. What? Hmm. There's no clues in the lyrics, it says. I'm struggling, man. Where else can we get hints from? There's still 2 more from this. Are not the same as back then. Okay. Bro, these look good, man. I want them. Radical flavors, dude. Hmm. I still don't know anything about Jim's kids. Which is weird. From the firm. So she's a firmer? Yes! We did it! Hell yeah! What were the 3? Oh, we got the advertising right. We just have to solve the picture. Nice. Let's go. Knock, 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 baby!
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything.
Okay.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the Five Pieces.
There's gotta be
The
Samantha.
truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried
The
it'll
Five
look like
Pieces.
I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Okay.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest.
Hmm.
You've likely noticed it.
I have.
It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in.
Okay.
Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
Of course.
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood
No!
relatives before they lock from here on out.
Come on.
I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Come on. Alright, what do we need? We definitely gotta figure out this. Travel agent, whatever. Damn, we have to get 4. Wait, how many do we even have left? 1. $16. 4 sets of 4. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, go back to the evidence. Bigger number. Go for the bigger number. How was there 4 on this still? Let's focus on this. Full of love. Brian Jones, business owner. I've been in and out of the shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right. getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years, and even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client, one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come down to the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania. Or search for us online. Okay. Miracle Network. All right. You should probably search for whoever was performing it. Okay. None of the names seem relevant. Posters and additional set designed by Jones Graphic and Print. And choreography by November Studios. That is interesting. Is she a dancer? Roottrees Motors. Okay, that's something. Wilkins Motors. Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixture. Learn all there is to know about cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Huh? Tessa Roottrees. Mechanic parents. Interesting. I wonder. Married to Wilkins? I feel like this is it. But then, why is he in the picture with them? I don't know. Chad, I'm cooked. I think I might be cooked. I mean, this has got to be it, right? I mean, this guy looks like a freaking mechanic. I know nothing about Bonnie Hudson. I got so much of it locked in. So much locked in. Let's try to find something on Chris Rafferty. Brother, uncle, or cousin. So this does line up. Hmm. 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 Thank you. Oh my god. Let's go. That means we got 4. Hell yeah. Okay, those are the ones that I was pretty confident in. Oh, I got hidden too. So, I mean, this is definitely him. I think all 3 of these are him. Yeah, all 3 of these. You just have to get his correct job. I guess he's a preacher? He's still a preacher, I guess. We're not missing that much. We're missing the wives of all 3 of these MFers. And this guy's kids. Still missing a lot. However, it's good because now these little numbers change based on what we're missing. We're still missing 1 from this? Oh yes, obviously it's Miracle Jr. Wait, what am I missing from this? I don't know what I'm missing from that. I don't know. I'm not sure what it's trying to say I'm missing from that. I wonder if she's also a farmer. Running out of names. Kellogg? Cattrall or Kellogg? It's basically Cattrall or Kellogg. That's funny. I think this is Kellogg. I think this is Cattrall. That sax though. The only men left are Jack, Wolf, Jack and Wolf. It's gotta be these two. Oh, hold on. There's also Kenny and Christina. I wonder if there's just extra names. Oh no, he's still a Roottrie. So the 4 fit right here. Okay. These 4 are the remaining 4 Roottrees. Is there even any names not taken? I think that's it. We have Laura Carlson. Luisa Garcia. Kim LaRue. Helen Lennon. Joan Monroe. Is there like a Paris news thing? There might be. Four hints on this. Does it have hints to their kids? It says there's 4 items we could discover from this. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it just means to go back to this. Maybe this is April. Don't know. Chris Rafferty, I know nothing about. There's so many people I got nothing on. Let's go somewhere else. Let's look up this. I already looked up this. He's set to take over his department when he retires. Oh, I should have seen that. Is that retail then? Maybe? I need to know about Ronald Roottrees. Nothing. What the heck, man? Dun, 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 dun. Dang it, man. What's up, Jared? Trying to figure out what I gotta do. This says 4 pieces, it says. Which is crazy to me. Okay. Wolf.jpg. Oh? Well, one of their children's name is Wolf. Maybe. Bluzzies. Oh, what the fuck? Why does this picture look so weird? The floozies. All-female punk band. Andy, Nikki, Nina. I do think Candy's the only one. That just leaves Jack and Christina. All right. every name is filled on main by the main ones. Oh yeah, there's 12 more left. The names are all filled though. I'm pretty sure they're all right. Other than like maybe being swapped. Alright, let's look up Kellogg. How you spell it? I hate that song. I need to find out what her job is. Yeah. I hate that I don't know any of these people's wives. Kim LaRue. Hold on, could this be Kim? No way. That'd be crazy. The Roottrees. I don't know, brother. Maybe this. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. Never met EC. Who's EC? Ernie? Is EC this guy? I might have to sleep on it. Edward's set to take over his department once he retires. Oh, which means he's in the same business. I'm dumb. Why did I not read it that way? Okay, he looks like a lawyer anyway. I mean, this has got to be right. Surely this is also right. Or is a musician not? Maybe not quite. I think she is also a farmer, so she has the green thumb. Let's go! Yes! Sleep on this. Oh, baby. Okay. Oh. We've completely locked in everybody except for spouses in all of the top columns. We just need the bottom column except for spouses. Oh my god, none of these have a value. The 5-piece needs to send us, man. What even is elderberry anyway? So strawberry. I mean, did I put retail for this freaking kid? It does say retail for some reason. For some reason it said retail. I don't know how we're supposed to get the rest, man. We don't have enough evidence. We did finally lock it. Oh, you can lock in the rest of these pictures too. We got like no pictures available to us. We gotta find pictures somehow. Five pieces. Charles Lee. Okay. Okay, we got something. It's because it's got no hints on it. Miracleberry. Oh, Teen Blast! Oh my god. That's gonna give us something for sure. Yes. Teen Blast. No. Okay, we got something. Brother Trouble. No, it's just this one picture that we didn't have. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model. Then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Grandma Laura. Okay, Laura's a name. We got a big 4 right here, though. Grandma Laura. Lock it in. Get the picture and the Laura. I guess that's 2? TMS and Brother Trouble? Oh, right. Oh. This name is available. Ron Roottries. Tessa's got to be the wife. Feel like that fits. She was a comedian. Okay. What could I be missing here? I feel like you should be right. Comedian. Breast milk cheese. Oh god, not all of these hints say they lead to nothing. Dang it. This says 6, but I don't know. Oh boy. What do we have? We need 4 correct. I need to find out what Jem Wilson's freaking job is. Oh my god. Let's go. The children. Okay. There's only 4 more left. Wow, we cooked. We cooked. There's still a few wives. A few wives missing. I mean, we could probably guess who they are, though. I think there's only 2 names remaining, isn't there? Joan and Helen. Well. Helen Lennon is for sure the music's mom. Oh, there's 3. Oh, yeah, right here too. Well, I wish I plugged those in earlier. It's just these four. You have their names already locked in, but I don't have pictures. I don't know how I'm supposed to get the others. What do I do? I'm gonna take a hint. The conspiracy site. I did remember the conspiracy site, but I did forget how to get there, to be honest. So that hint actually doesn't help me. I don't remember how to get there. I was trying to remember how to get there, but I do not remember how to get there. You know what? I think it's Roottrees' curse. The Roottrees' curse? The Roottrees curse? There we go. Okay. Beyonce Lulu. We already got him. Read like a book. Read like a book, man. Extract them. What the hell? Oh, I get it. Oh god. Bruh. I hate this. That took so long. Alright. I don't know how to do that fast. Let's look at him. Cousins. David Kellogg. He swims for Yukon. Dichotomy. I feel like we're so close. We gotta get this, man. What the heck am I missing? I almost have it. Please. I have everything. Don't know. Oh my god, we did it. Let's go. Let's go! Top secret.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Who is EC? I guess I just have to find a picture of literally anyone else and it's them. Who is EC? Something Christensen? Amy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. With an erotic twist. She had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first two letters of her last name. Patricia, who had been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of a twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery of classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be this most tragic tale ever told. How awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Left an outcast, forced to a life of labor under a wicked relative. It's like something from the start of a children's fable. She deserves not the life he has been sentenced to. I can't stand to be apart from you both. Someday I shall return to you, and I pray that he has not corrupted her to know his sins. I swear that on the joyous day, with all of the strength I can muster, I will fight for our child's freedom. Let us pray her fable has a happy ending. Tina has no theory for what the more cryptic parts of that mean. The vice president. Matthias. Appreciate wordplay. Okay. Twisted Twin. To live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Huh? I'm trying to understand the lines. Is it Samantha's adoptive parents? Wasn't there something about like a Mr. Miller? A local farmhand known as EC. This music! Stop it! Stop it. This music's so disruptive, man. So coarse on my ears. EC and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm. EC and John. on the case. Who is EC? It's something Christensen. It's gotta be, right? Who is John? Check the records. What records? What's the song? You took a sick day? And her adopted grandfather. A confirmed bachelor. They're calling him a him. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was a him or a her. Him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. John Miller? Alright, let's search John Miller. Nothing comes up. I'm wearing a red shirt. Yeah, good morning, taller. Do you ever sleep? No. Oh, what about this anger thing? I met a new girl. Oh, EC Edward Clancy. Wait a second. Wait a second. He's got Edward. Something got sent to him named Edward Clancy, and she said it was wrong. I have to type it out. Roottrees. Edward Clancy. Farmhand. Who's the spouse, though? Hmm. Hmm. Edward Clancy Roottrees. Hmm. So Jordan?
What is this place?
Hmm. Or it could be Edward C. Roottrees. Could be him. Who's the spouse though? Hmm. 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 Mr. Miller. Don't know. Twisted Twin. To live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. What? Hold on. Can I take another hint? History of candy. I don't remember the history of candy book. Add. Elderberry. Cinnamon extract. Grape. Elderberry. Cinnamon extract. Melon miracle. Okay. Due to a major misprint. Okay. Egg cream. Okay. Egg instead of miracle, egg cream. don't get it. Oh, it says the littering on the advertisement itself. They got rid of egg cream. I don't know. I have all the evidence, it says. There is no picture. Unless... somehow... Wait a second. Oh! house, whatever, send it. I did it.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees, but you weren't sure who his partner was? Honestly, I think that's good enough. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees.
I knew it.
Yep, I got old. The only picture you have, my book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers. Edward Clancy Roottrees.
2 fathers, John Miller. I knew it. Why couldn't I figure it out?
By now,
I even
you've
said
either
it.
read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man, but his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not.
Oh, they named the twins Edward Clancy and Clancy Edward?
At
What
age
the hell?
16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the beard. And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all, but there he is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36.
Come on. Ernie did better than that. Come on.
They
Who's
got
gotta
by
do
on
Ernie so
Debbie's
dirty?
salary, but when he fell
He's
ill,
just trying his
he
best,
couldn't
man.
pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Come on.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Who?
That sounded familiar. The Clancy Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. his entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing fall. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. I appreciate what you've done for me. You uncovered enough to make a strong case. If and when the truth is fully accepted, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Huh?
Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air, this is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
So long, and good night. So long.
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
You received mixed reviews. Wait, so why is everyone dying? They all got murdered?
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet, so they rent and me. We can't afford gas.
Rootree mania.
In the streets.
So why did everyone die? Wait, were the 3 daughters murdered? Or it's just random that they died?